Well, hello. Okay, so yesterday we got some of this smoothed out. We do have an outstanding bug that is kind of intermittent, where things aren't always completely loading, but yeah, it's kind of intermittent though, which is puzzling. But we also have this that we were working on where we want to um do that real quick. Let's relaunch that. We want to be able to come in here, get this thing to load. There we go. So let's delete the 1242, the connection. We want this to be disabled for realsies and have a pop-up that says, hey, you need to select a destination, right? That is a thing. But we need to look at the Cogent docs. I think because the other problem we're going to have, which I, completely brain farted on yesterday. I was getting tired, I think. If we add a thing to this, right, it's just going to go at the end. I don't think there's a Z level thing in Cogent, but I could be wrong. So if we were to add like a box to this, it would just be at the bottom, right? Which doesn't do us any good at all. So we kind of need to investigate if there is a Z level type thing. And that might be I don't think this is where we want to be. We tried a modal, but or a dialogue is what Cogent calls it, but that didn't really work because it covered the whole thing and blocked the whole screen, right? Which is not good. So this is not really and I don't see documentation for body really. Rendering order? No body. Like order of things being rendered into. Or is that a specific Cogent thing that I'm failing to look at from front to back? Okay, so the issue is this needs to get added as a we need to add an element, right, to a parent. But there's not really I need to find a way to put that element not at the end. If I launch this again. If we add an element to this frame here, and we can inspect. Like so. This entire thing, right, would be kind of where we want that to be for the sake of my prediction. It renders just on top and last rendered wins, but it doesn't. The position is the issue, right? If I add an element to here add child. I guess I can do this in the inspector. That's interesting. That's a styles text. I want a text field, let's say. And I don't know if I can do that. Okay, so this one added it at the top, but if I was to add it anywhere else, it would be at the bottom, right? But this is in the stack of these elements, right? It all goes into this frame. Yeah, that's where it put it in the inspector, which is kind of weird, but what I really want is for this to be, and we can delete this guy. Add child. What I really want is a frame. And this doesn't seem to have, like, it has some keyboard shortcuts, but not it's not super useful. Well, anyway, I want a frame, probably, right? But it's just going to get added into this stack of things, unless there's a way for me to set it to go on top of stuff. I would have to... I don't know how I would do that otherwise. The dialogue, I was hoping would stay within this split, but it covered the whole thing because it's a new body, which is how they're doing that for dialogues, right? They do an entirely new body on top. And that might still be okay. If we can get it to constrain just to this. Let's look at the probably style. This styles on child added. And style all children, that would be a possible way. That still doesn't solve the message box issue, right? This... It would mean events. Yeah, that's just all this stuff. There's no... What layout kind of like type things, right? Here we go. Size. Position. That's columns and rows. That's grid. It's alignment, justify, align, overflow, wrap. None of that really does what I want. I wonder if, because a body doesn't take a parent, but what type is body? Body is just a body. It's its own creature. But it does wrap a frame. So if we were to borrow some of their suggestion here, again, which actually we have this, we need we need to add this back in. Like so, that's our deal. And then we can run dialogue. Parent is fine, but, or it would be fine. If that was a frame. The problem is that that's going to cover the whole screen. Let's just verify that. That's what we got yesterday, but, you know, we'll make sure that we're on the right remembering. So then if I come in here and I click add, yeah, it covers the whole thing. So it's kind of close to what we want, but not really. But I wonder if we did maybe we just make this actually, hang on, let's try that real quick too. Instead of saying it's a node, say it's a frame. Because it actually is, that shouldn't matter to anything. And then we don't need to do all this over and over again. What I'm wondering is if I can say add child notification body. Would that limit it to only being in that pane? No, it'll make it explode. That's what it'll do. Memory address or nil pointer dref. That's annoying. Didn't really think that was going to work though, so. But that only hangs off a body. So that is still kind of a dead end for us for the functionality that I want. Top widget for styles that stacked from what is okay. This has never been discussed. Right? Let me. Yeah, undocumented. Cool. Love it. Let's pull that back up over here and take a look. Stacked. Okay. Doesn't really tell me how to interact with it. But that is closer to where I want to be, I think, right? Unless it's like, is that what you were talking about, I wonder, Mr. Pluck? And I just had never seen that before. Therefore, I was completely confused. So we're coming here. Need to fix that. It's annoying. And I go to the inspector. Override the style. And I make it a, where in here would it be stack? This does have a Z index. Lower numbers rendered first, sort children, okay. That's not quite what I want, I don't think. Not seeing where I would set that. I can row and column. Columns, object fit. Play with this a little bit. If I add child, then let's find frame in here. Layer, right? Let me go look again. I see state layer. Indicates to create a state layer over the element with this much opacity. And the color or state color, if defined, is automatically set based on state but can be overridden in stylers. Right, I see Z index, but I don't see the, let's put you in here. Where did it go now? I don't see the stacked display. But maybe that's fine if we do sliding, huh? Ah, being manipulated via mouse, I see. Okay. Let's go back to this idea here. Add a child. Just one of them, please. I want a frame. But I don't see one. Might just be overlooking it. Okay. Let's mock it a different way then. We'll just add a text again. If I can find that. There it is. Oh, that. And then we'll do, oops, not that. Override style, go down to style, go down to Z1. Does that get me? Not much. Ordering factor for rendering depth. Lower numbers rendered first. So what if this is 1? No, that'd be 0 would be correct. That'd be first, and then the new thing on top. I don't know if I can mock this in the inspector like this, really. Change position. I can't do that. Not there. There are fields. Ah, I see. This is actual position. Let's do the middle. Doesn't seem to have applied. Let's do Position of the widget if the parent frame has style display equals custom. Okay, so it doesn't have that. Do we want object position instead? This object is a replaced image, or replaced object, or has a background image. Not quite what I want either. We can make this and try this just for fun. Doesn't seem to have moved. This might still be the answer. We just need more better. And we just can't mock it that way. What if... That's still not useful to us. What we can do is try... is doing... what was the... displays... the, direction, that's what it was, maybe? No. That's for the layout directions. It'd be grid, which we had to set a different way. It is still S display, okay. Stacked. And then we can do off of parent. That. And then do what was the level? Displays. What was it called in the inspector? Declared not used, test frame, right. Do that real quick. Just for a quick funsies, we'll go ahead and click. Inspect. Don't. Must be those. But Z index is what. Rendering depth. But I didn't see. This is actually, maybe this is part of my problem. Z index equals 1. And then let's do we'll just do an obnoxious color. Tell it to grow. It is set. And then something like that. Don't see it. See that. Oh, might need to update the frame to tell it to rebuild, relayout, etc. Not you. You. Let's run that and see if it changes anything. Okay, something changed. Hey, yourself there, Soham? I'm sure I pronounced that wrong, and I'm sorry. So there, that did a thing. I wonder if I'm giving the parent is not the frame. That might be a problem. Hey, Jazz. Good to see you again. How's things? How's your weekend been? But this could also be form parent, just to be sure. We tie that all specifically to that. Would that change anything for us? No, it's the same behavior, but it is something. Very confused as to why nothing shows up, though. And we set it to grow, right? Yes. Let's do... W100. I did that backwards. That's fine. We fix. Happy to be able to join today. Hope you all are fine. You know, reasonably well so far. I'm happy you're able to join today too. Let's see here. Let's restart this real quick and see if that's getting us anywhere. Same. Huh. Interesting. And the... Why would you not be showing? You hide the thing behind you just fine. Let's take a look at this again and see if we can find any... Actually, let's do this. Let's go to this and see if there's any clues for us. Ordering factor for rendering depth. Lower numbers rendered first. Sort children according to this factor. That doesn't really tell me much. Inherit fields, that's interesting. So theoretically, z-index should be 0, but let's make sure that that is true. This one should be 1 because we set that. It is 1. Oops. I wonder if it's got to do with these. These should still be 0. Helps you click on style first if you're looking for style stuff. The index is still 0, yes. This z-index 0. So that all matches what I would expect, but oh, wait a second, there's an error over here, but that would be just now triggered. It must have been my clicking on the thing accidentally, because way over here, I'm still highlighting things for some reason. Okay, what if I don't do a frame? What if I just put the text inside of here? Just for science. We'll leave the frame out, but get rid of that. We'll still do the update. Something like that, just so it's a little different, but so that it shows up if there's something else going on. In theory, maybe. Built that again. I'm going to have to stop and fix that dang bug. Okay, so still hides, but doesn't actually show. With 1 on top that is visible. Maybe this is the problem. Maybe changing this at this level is not cool. Let me also... Nah, we'll do one thing at a time. The bug is just bothering me. Connection table frame. What did we change in you? I think I just moved it. We would need to, if we're going to do it this way, maybe we need to, when we create the frame, stacked. No? It's not direction, it's display. Ooh, that's an interesting thought. Is direction and display somehow wonky? Well, we can do that. And then frame is parent frame. Form parent is form parent. So we actually want this can be returned to what it was. The thing we actually want to change is form parent. The style's not stacked. Like so. And then we could edit bar. Maybe that's fine. Maybe if everything is just 0, it gets put in there. I don't know. Let's find out. It's undocumented. Okay. So no. This must be getting spec'd. Tile form element. This is getting 0. but it's only displaying 1. That's why it's not showing up. If we were to, let's bump this to 1, maybe, and see what happens. Nothing. Nothing happens is the answer. Do I need to change this? Is there a way for me to... No. But it also says it sorts them. What if we made this something much higher? What would that do? Nothing. Nothing is the answer. Maybe it's undocumented because it doesn't work right. that. Making GUIs in Go is generally an exercise in pain. You know, making GUI in general is an exercise in pain in my experience. So I can't argue that at all. How you doing today? I can't trigger. I can update from here, can I? Just to be sure. That's not a clicky. If I just do a tiny little, will that make you update? This again. RIP stream. Looks like it did have a little bit of a blip. But that... OBS says no dropped frames. Twitch just got a drop there. Okay, so... See index, ordering factor for rendering depth. Lower numbers rendered first. Sort children according to this factor. What if... Let's go look... Some style stuff. It's enabled. Dots. It's all background stuff. Central. Sitting on selectable. But none of that helps me if I don't have the ability to put a thing in the middle there. Let's see here. This doesn't have min grow max. Content is a widget for Markdown, HTML, and Cogent Core. Don't think I want that, but just for fun. Okay, yeah. Yeah, don't want that. I don't want to put HTML in there. That's for sure. Oh, you know what? Maybe Button has a thing. I know it has a thing where you can do. This is the techno button is clicked. That's just a dialogue. There is a way to pop up a thing. Think func button for a button bound to a function. Okay. Thought there was a. Well, this is just a. Set confirm. You know where it was? It was in form. Form buttons. But this is a whole new page. But yeah, it opens a dialogue. Which will, again, cover our whole page, which we can't do, because we need to be able to click on the tile. I wonder. Input dialog. Whole window. So that's like a whole, yeah, that's that. And that's still a body. These are all bodies. That's a problem. Menu window, system drawer, drawer. Okay. Not what I want. Layout doesn't have anything for anything documented for the Z position. I can do this. Direction, gap, grid and gap, right. This is all just the same standard stuff. What I want to do is just put like a text over the middle. That would be sufficient, right, to get me going. And disable the background, which I think I can figure out how to do. But getting the text in the middle, that is the trubs. Because a body, I tried putting a body as a child of the form parent, and that just blew up Cogent. Didn't like that, which makes kind of a degree of sense. Body is the only thing that can run the dialogue. I don't really want a new window. Like that's crappy. Hmm. None of this is going to help me. Tabs. It doesn't really help me, but I wonder if there is anything that I can do to look at in their example apps. Maybe they've used this stuff and then just not documented it. It wouldn't be in Core though. It would be in Cogent, I think. And then don't think clock code. What was the stacked? Styles.stacked. Let's search for that. Okay, Paint uses it. Stack top only. That's interesting. And then this is just a tree at PV. What is PV? PV paint view. Okay, so it's a view of some kind. Okay. Like half of this thing is commented out, so styles column. Oh. Oh. You're taking back here. W. What is W? That's a frame. Stack top is stroke type. Stack top is 1. I wonder if that... Let's see here. Not in there. This is also just styles. If we... Is there a stack top in here that we can just test with? Z index is 4. It probably wouldn't be here, though. It'd probably be on this, right? Stack top. What does that do? Can you explain the project? Sure. I'm making right now, this is a map editor for a MUD game. If you're not familiar with MUDs, they're very like an old school type of game. Think about like a text game like Zork, but online, right? So you would connect to the server and you could, run around and bash goblins and all that, normal RPG stuff. Think about like kind of think of them as the origin of the MMO. It just they were all text because computers used to be bad. So I'm working on making an engine for a MUD game because it's fun. And then this is the editor that allows you to build a map. Right now, this is just a test map that's pre-populated. Everything's all connected, but you could, you don't have to have every room connected. Now these are just a big circle and you have to, get to different rooms different ways. I thought I just set you. Maybe I set the wrong one. Well, something changed. That's all 0. Your override is set. Oh, what changes? I didn't click on a thing. Stack top 4. The index of the node to use as the top of the stack. Only the node at this index is rendered. If it's not a valid index, nothing is rendered. Okay, so that's closer to what we want. But I wonder if z-index is not relevant to this. What if stack top is 3? Nothing. Layout stack top only. Top widget. Sure, why not? I guess. Okay. Okay. We're on to something here. I don't think this needs to be set though. So that's 0 for the stack top. And then that's 1. So z-index is not related, apparently. Not that. Okay. So that's not quite what I want, but we might be able to do something with that. Thinking. I don't really want to, hide everything underneath. But I mean, it might be an answer. I don't like it though. Let's take that out for a second and see if we can come up with something else. That obviously doesn't do anything anyway. Problem is, I want you to be over top. Can we do... If we do form parent styler like that, and then we could it's not layout. I guess it'd be display. It is custom, right? And then when we add you, we set the position over top of it. What does that look like? Units.xy, okay. Well, set but this needs to be, can I do geometry? Bounding box, gets me a rectangle, but I need this takes values, right? The issue with that is width EX is X height of the element's fonts. Millimeters new. It's parent height. PX is logical pixels. View height. Viewport scene height, okay. What if I did... What if I just did 0, 0? Would that put you in the corner? Is that your origin? Is that... I have many questions about this. So here, here, it is. Or very close to, anyway. Okay. So... we can do that. Then... can I defer? Um... cp dot form parent dot properties, maybe. I would like to be able to just get the current state or current style settings and then reapply them. That doesn't seem... Gives me a list. We want that. So what I could do... What I want to do is look at their... Not this, but we can do this. We can say, let's get rid of this for a hot second. Set abilities. There's also another thing. It's set what was it? I don't want to do that. I want to look at you. Just give me the linky link. And I'm going to look at the they have state stuff where you can set abilities and whatnot that not abilities but actual state. So if you set state disabled, it applies styling. WSG, I don't know what that is. Maybe I just should go. Snack bar. What's good? Life, man. Life is good. How about you? Dust storm kicking up out there. If that gets worse, I might have to go close my window real quick. But if it passes, it'll be fine. Um, Canvas. Just take a look at frame. Think that's where we were, but I can't remember for sure when I saw. Scroll, slide, move. Style, destroy, delete, render children. 1 a.m. solving Android bugs. I mean, that is a thing for sure. I hope that's a personal project and not you're not stuck working until 1 a.m. Focus next child, focus previous child, focus on name. This is not where I saw. That convenience function. Okay. It's annoying that this has to be set to custom in order for me to just override this. It's for the company I work for, but I got no deadline, so all good. Oh, that's good at least. If you want to be working at 1 a.m., then rock on. I sympathize. I'm a night owl myself. Let's see here. What can we do to make this more sane? We could... No, I don't like that either. Yeah, this lifestyle came to me, yeah. The night owl lifestyle or the 1 a.m. Bug fixing in Android apps life. Because both of those tend to find us. It takes a special kind of person to enjoy swearing at computers for a living, right? Let's see. We don't need to set color here. We can see it just fine now that we figured out our approach here. I'd say both. Yep, that's valid. That is valid. Style, styler. What does style give me? Okay. It's weird. Must just trigger like an update or something? Like a restyle? Yeah, I love everything tech and actively into new stuff and developing. Rock on, man. That's awesome. There was another thing we can do for state. S dot is. That's only for states, yeah. Ability is. But that's not display. Maybe, okay. What if we just do this? Yeah, was overthinking that. You are type of displays. Styles.displays. Well, you have a nice day ahead. I will go now and battle with Android Studio. Hey, you too. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks for swinging by. Love to see you again sometime. Type displays. Let's type. There we go. Then we can set that, and then we can say is there there's a defer in Cogent. Where is it though? What does it hang off of? Defer. Adds a function to defer that we called after the next scene update render, including on the initial scene render. After the function is called is removed, not called again in the function. Okay. I don't think I want to do that. But I could be wrong. We'll find out. That. That. Then we add this. We set this position to the 0. Let's do that maybe. And then we update. And we also want to, let's do this. Destroy you. And then update that again on defer. But we also need, well, we can do a button later. It's fine. This just needs to be visible so that we can test that. I think that we can test this part of it at least, and then we need to do a way to cancel out of it. That didn't work. Because crap, because this whole thing returns the on-click returns. So we can't defer like that. So that would mean we would need to do something else. No, automatically I will be applied to elements which can then be managed via custom code by setting the style.pos position. which we don't want to do for everything. We just want to do that for this. So what we would need if we want to do this, which would also clean up this mess, we wouldn't need to care about this. But we need this guy to destroy itself. This takes that, but I guess we could wire in the no, we really can't because it won't exist until well, yeah, no, we can do that. So this would need to be some kind of a frame. And then the last thing we do before we update is we say destroy the parent frame that you've been provided. Oh, but yeah, we build it here. So we can't do that. The hmm. That's a little bit problematic. We would have to build the function in here if we wanted to do that by passing in the properties, which I don't really like anyway. Let's look at the actual code for snack bar, because the snack bar actually does kind of what we want already. It just puts it at the bottom. We just don't want that to go away. We want to be more custom about it, right? Um, this would need to be, no? Oh, what's the syntax for snack bars? It'd be in button bar. Put this in a helper. Message snack bar. Take a look at this. New body, okay. Add snack bar text. Message, and then run snack bar. In the context of the given widget. New snack bar. Okay, so stage. Type of a stage. It's a container and manager for displaying a scene in different functional ways, defined by stage types. Is there docs over here for stages? No. Damn it. Set back button. Set name from scene, set main, set pop-ups. Set modal. Stage run. Delete, okay. A lot of this looks similar to what I think I want. I just need... main stage and pop-up stage. New pop-up stage. snack bar stage, which is some kind of a constant, maybe. And then body.scene, and then a context, which is that. Set timeout, that's a thing. It's a snack bar text. Confused. Okay. Oh, because it's a new body, right? Okay. I was gonna say I'm confused as to how doesn't this stomp all over every style? It's a new body when they do that. And then it makes a text, sets the stylers, turns that. But it must be in run snack bar. That calls run. I would need how do you set yourself to the bottom? Center. That's for the body itself. Snack bar styles gets called, which just sets all that. Bodies seen dot stage. Is a new pop-up stage, which is this. Chain directly after new pop-up stage call. Use run call at the end to start the stage running. Run pop-up. Close pop-up. could I do... This sets a timeout. And that is... Don't see where that is. Is that a stage, maybe? Resize, set geometry, full screen, close, apply. Set timeout. Am I just blind? No. It's not here either. I guess I don't really care about timeout anyway. I'm just trying to understand. This part. Giving context widget must be non-nil. Further configuration choices using set methods, which can be chained directly. Use run call at the end to start stage running. Okay. But that calls new stack bar context run. This seems like really close to what I want to do, but not quite. This is add snack bar text. For example, which does that. Message snack bar. Show me that again. Right, it's just a new body. And run it. If I was to do this, what would... Hang on, let's think here. Add snack bar text, which... just does that. New text at the body, set text is the text, the type is text body medium, does a styler, returns it, and then runs. Which returns that with the context and run. So if I was to do, let's just say, new pop-up stage, that I can do. Given type and scene contents, context which it must be not nil, so form parent. And then you also need, you need a type. Stage types. Which has window stage is the main stage that displays a scene in a full window. Dialogue stage, smaller dialogue window on top of a window stage or in a full or separate window. Can be a modal or not. Menu, tooltip, snack bar, completer. Maybe I want dialogue stage. What does that get me? Let's see here. We need the scene as well, which would be, in this example, the body's scene. So that, is that valid? Type, scene, context. And then if we did this before, that puts you inside of test pop-up. don't know if we would need this anymore. Can I use the type stage? All right, yes. So over here, new snack bar. So new text, which takes a body and a set text. Well. Continuation of yesterday's UI challenge? Yes. Yes, indeed. And welcome back. I'm deep into undocumented stuff because the docs are missing. Can't use this type tree, no, but over here, new text takes body. The call for this creates a new body. Okay. I did that. It's how it be some days, right? That is very, very true. Some days the puzzles are hard. So if we do all that and then we say run, what happens? Clicky, everything explodes. That's what happens. Neil Pointer. Oh, let's see. National Weather Service says there's a dust storm warning. Cool. Yep. Tell you what, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go close my windows so that it does not become a dust storm in here when that happens. And I will be right back. There we go. It's going to get a little stuffy, but better that than dusty. Although my camera has now decided that focus is the thing it doesn't do. Fix that. There we go. Okay, so that blows up with a nail pointer for some reason. That is in render window, render stages, etc. Okay. Let's take a look. That is fine. Really wish this was just built into the framework, you know, that I could just make a pop-up thing. And maybe I can. Maybe I was... Maybe I'm just conflating two things. Take the type, the scene, and the widget. Run pop-up. The context given was the parent scene. It updates the scene. So they basically checked that for nil, probably. Stage is that. Set the type to that. The scene to that. Maybe this is my problem. Maybe it's not actually a scene. Scene contains a widget tree rooted in an embedded frame layout. Renders it into its scene pixels. Image. The scene is set in a stage. Scene has a pointer to. Maybe this doesn't have a scene. But that would break other things if we did that. I think. So how does a frame get a scene? New scene. Creates a new scene object without a body for use in a menu, tooltip, or other such simple pop-ups or non... Okay. Maybe that's what I want. New scene. alert, let's just say. And then the pop-up stage here, seen in a widget. We do need a body for the text to live in. Nothing is... How did they... For example, in message snack bar, new body, add snack bar text, which takes the body, does the new text, sets the styler, returns the body. Okay. So we're kind of doing the same thing, just in a more linear way. But... And then we call run snack bar on it, which... would have to be... run pop-up instead, right? Oh, this doesn't have... dot run... No. Run snack bar, but where is... Run pop-up is not exported. So what would call you? Close pop-up. Stage type. Here they call it on the new body. But... Hmm. After the new pop-up call, use run call at the end to start the stage running. Which we tried, but... Oh, maybe that is still maybe that is correct, but our stage, maybe that was the problem. Let's just try that and see if it still blows up. Forgot about that. Get you over here. Nope, it blows up. No pointer dereference. Bars, stage. Hmm. Must be missing something here. $674, which is, yeah, the run. Everything else is in the stage.go stuff. Go look at that, I suppose. And that was 315 and ultimately like 333, I think, but turns that cover.go 37, okay. And a recover base. So it's like either this gets called. Well, it does get to 50. Okay. Is it because I don't have an app name? Is that. Could it possibly be so silly? And is that because this body has a name? This scene has a name. This body has a name. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. Frustrating. Very, very frustrating. Let me check and see if pop-ups have been discussed in their Slack channel real quick. Nothing turned up. Let's look for dialogue. Bum bum bum. There's stuff about dialogues here. Mostly about layouts. This one references an issue. No, that's not relevant. Because they're just using a dialogue, which we can't do. Um, think just for fun. Let's get rid of this crap. Just for fun, what if I was to do why can't I do oh, it's core.message snack bar, that's why. Parents. Pretty sure, oops, if I do this, that I don't... It doesn't go into the middle of this frame, the context frame, but to the whole window. Just want to double check. Yeah, it goes to the center of the whole window. The other thing I could do that I don't really want to, I don't think, is put the current form parent inside of another frame, right? That outer frame having the custom layout and then the parent frame just being set to position 00. But that got messy quick with when we clean up, right? Because we need to destroy that frame either when we click or on a cancel. So you would have to pass, instead of just the function, we'd have to build the function in here, which I guess we could do. I don't like it though. We have a function button. I don't think that gets us anywhere else either way. Button. Func button, here we are. That really doesn't get us anything anyway. Because Set confirm. Okay, maybe because this is a different struct. Maybe we have extra stuff. After func. Okay. Maybe I was just doing this wrong. After the func button function is executed. But that doesn't get us anywhere because this just sets a handler and we switch on that. Actually, that might be okay. What was the set func? Yes. No? Mm. Is it because this? Set func is just an anonymous function that does that. So I had that already copied. Could do that. And then after func, let's get rid of this. Click awaiter is nil. Did I not do that right? Indeed frustrating, right? Is this an equals? That's what it needs. Okay. So we do that, and then we say returns nothing. Okay. Didn't need that after all. My highlighting was just slow. So this goes up into here. We would do that. That goes on parent as well. That'll give us our test dealio there. And then this becomes destroy that. Except this is a text that and then this it's a different type. It's a func button, which shouldn't matter. This we shouldn't need. This we need here probably. This we might need here as well. Let's leave it commented first to see if we do or not. And then we don't need that. What are you up to today, Jazz? You working on your game? Or are you just chillaxing? Okay, and then... So if this works, if we click a thing, then it should go away. We'll have to figure out how to put a cancel button in there, but that's fine. Stop being broken, please. Oh, you... Okay. Well... Some things happened. Chillaxin had to attend a birthday party yesterday. I'm very introverted and still recovering for it. I feel your pain. Hopefully there was a dog to hang out with in the corner, because that's the best way to have a party as an introvert. This is because we took this custom out of there. Not direction, but display. No doggo? That is sad times. Only human. Worst party ever. Right, because we were toggling this. In here, we were saying bar starting display is display, or was it styles.display? Displays something, and then we were doing for this form parent dot styler styles dot style, and then I don't need an equals there, silly. Is s dot display is dot custom, and then this is just a hacky temporary testy type thing, is that just to see if it actually works or not. Could you not? Could you just work, please? Okay, so that okay, kind of. Need to disable that still. That's fine though. Except for it's all messed up. And it's always nilling the handler. So we can't do that. We would do that only on a cancel. The click awaiter can't nil out there. But that's fine. I would open that. This doesn't get destroyed though. Wait. It did. It just needed to update a bit. Bet you we do need this update here. So, let's delete you first, just to be sure. That didn't go up. You know why? Because I'm wrong again. Because even though this runs, you know, after the function just sets the stuff. So it's still not, nothing waits here. It just keeps on going. And then it's like, oh, hey, I ran the function. Crap. I got confused. I forgot that this isn't actually executing the function. It just registers it so that the edit bar knows to listen for those messages and take care of them. Okay. Here is what we're going to do. I spent a couple hours on this. I've explored several different ways, and none of them work like I expect. So I'm going to ask them and see if we can get an answer. They've been kind of quiet lately. So I don't know what's going on there, but there must be a way that I'm just overlooking somewhere in here to do this. This is like the basic task, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to chuck all this, get the heck out of here. Let's go ahead, and there was one thing that was good in all of that. And that was, I put this up here with the other methods. Might also be time to lay it down for a bit, work on something else, come back after a day or so with fresh eyes. Possibly. It's possible. But there's lots of other things that I can work on. We're laying this part down for sure. Because that's the kind of thing that usually helps me with tough problems, right? Yeah. the you know, I could sit here and continue to try to work backwards through what they have, or I could say, hey, your docs don't cover this. Does it even work? And can we get docs? And it'll be easier for them to write the docs because they wrote the dang framework, right? In theory. Let's do that really quick. Yeah. It's fine. Let's chase this other issue that... Let's also make sure that it still crops up, which it should, even though I'm not mucking with this anymore. So it was happening before things were kind of halfway torn apart where, yes, we're missing some stuff. Why are we missing things? Let's figure that out. We miss the bottom bar and some elements. And I think the connection edit widget updated it, yeah. You don't, nor should you, do a refresh or an update. Except for when we delete, which is correct. Also probably when we this is the new handler. Because when we add a handler or a connection edit widget, then we want to update. We don't want to update there though. Not every time. I wonder if some were just getting dropped because it was getting many, many signals. Except for... Oh, right, we return... This is a function that we return. Which that might just need to come out completely. Let's double check here. You get used here. Yeah, that needs to come out, I think. Let's see if that makes any difference or not. And we have one that's missing, but it seems a little better. They're less likely to do it. Oop, never mind, I lied. That one just did all of them. Okay. All right. But... delete button on click, we want to update for sure. This should be not frame though. Form parent. Don't need to update the entire thing. That. Update you, do all that. That's fine, I think. I think that's fine because here we do updates. That. This just builds the widget, which should be fine. Connection button, that should be fine. Double check. That. But Hmm. Let's just roll with that. We might need to do... Oh yeah, there goes that dust. Getting nasty out there now. Okay, that one did it still. It's so intermittent, I wonder if it's a race of some kind. Seems a little bit better. Right? Yeah. Holy cow. It is going out there now. I can taste it in the air too. It's gross. Let's take a look for... frame.update. That's the only one left that does the whole frame. With okay, that's fine. Does it happen ever for only connections? Let's take a look at that. Yes, yes, it does is the answer. I saw one. But it seems less likely to happen? So we build the list, and then set the header, update the parent, and then the buttons. I wonder if this... we can replace with a single call. I'm scared that my... Oh. Oh. No. It was so promising. I'm scared that my refactor that made the underlying data so much easier to work with may be made the UI more fragile, which would suck. This makes it way better, though. That last change. So let's get rid of that. And then this is select a connection. Let's go back to tile as well. Also here. Let's do that. My sneaky suspicion is that it's getting so many update calls, or it was. Nope, nope, it immediately broke. Huh. See, this all seems fine. It's really tiles that seem to be most prone to it. Seems a little better now, too. There are fewer items when looking at connections only, so it might not trigger as often. Yeah. That is also true. Although the... Yeah, there's always... There's 8 there, and only 4 max there. Which would kind of lean towards it's some kind of a race. We just miss on larger lists. You don't. You call update when you delete. That's correct. Actually, no, it's not. It is because we wrote update. That's right. We put update, and maybe that's where things are broken. We put an updater on. Connection table frame. You get called here. Or created, rather. Clear selections. When we do that, a race would imply some stuff is happening multi-threaded or in Go routines. No. Yes, but UI stuff absolutely happens in all over the place. I've run into a couple issues where whenever Cogent decides to update a thing, like it's going to update a thing, it's about the best ideas I'm able to toss out. I'm approximately 40% paying attention, doing some of my own stuff on second monitor. Hey man, that's perfectly groovy. I appreciate my lurkers, appreciate my regulars. It's very encouraging to have folk just hanging out, you know? At the end of the day, it's my problem to solve for sure. So I'm happy to, you know, toss about good ideas, but they're absolutely not required. And everybody is completely welcome to hang out and body double and, you know, just chill. But Purple Heart to you too, Jazz. Purple Heart to you all. I'm actually, to take a break from the brain work for a second, I'm actually fairly close to affiliate, which is very surprising to me. The requirements are 50 followers. I'm showing 47, and average of 3 concurrent views per stream, and I'm at 1.9, and that's averaged, I think, over the past 30 days. So I've been growing slowly, which is surprising to me because I stream in the driest, least loved category there is. And I actually stream like the most boring type of that content, which is writing code, right? People swing through here all the time and then they're gone in 2 seconds. See, I don't know for sure. On my community page, I think, or tab, I think is what it says. It says 48, I think. But on the dashboard, it says 47. And I think I might follow myself, like automatically. I count for myself as a viewer. I know that much. So I don't know. I'll worry about it when I have 49 or 50. That's actually perfect for having on second monitor because it doesn't grab my attention, but still produces a bit of background, which for some reason helps me focus on my own tasks. Yes, a lot of people find it helpful to have another person in the room, quote unquote. Streams, some people get a lot of value out of that. And specifically, I looked it up because I heard the term body doubling in another stream, or I saw the tag. And I was like, what the heck does that mean, right? And specifically with people that have ADHD, and it's not like rigorously studied, but a lot of people anecdotally say that it really helps them to focus if they have another person in the room, even if they're not actually in the room and if they're not actually contributing to whatever they're working on. It helps them to remain present and stay on task. So I'm super happy to, be that for people if that's helpful to them. That's awesome. And I was thinking about adding it to my tags, but I just haven't got around to doing that yet. I think I tag myself as co-working because I think that also is kind of the same phenomenon. So if it's helpful to people and they want to hang out and sometimes chat, or even never chat, I love my lurkers too. I'm glad. It helps me to stay on track too, or not really on track, but consistent with this project because I know that, pardon me, every day that I'm supposed to stream, that there's going to be people that want to come hang out, and so I got to work on something, so I stay on my project. I never had an official diagnosis, but I do suspect I exhibit at least some mild symptoms. Yeah, most days I can focus normally, but sometimes it helps a lot to have someone talking about things I don't have to pay attention to. Yeah. And, I don't know, if that also applies to neurotypical people on a regular basis or something. So, I just know that it's more bigger in the ADHD world. More of a phenomenon that people have discovered is helpful. I also do a lot better work in the office versus at home. Work from home was a nightmare for me because I found it hard to focus on work in my home environment. Gotcha. One of the things that Thor recommends is to have a workspace, whether that be, one side of the couch versus the other, where if you're on the left side of the couch, that's your workspace and you always work there, and then you can move over to the right and then play games or whatever. I've heard that that's helpful to people too. He talks about it every so often when people ask for tips about stuff like that. And a lot of that kind of ties into the work from home because you're sitting often when you when we all went home. If you didn't have a dedicated office where you only worked, a lot of people were sitting at their gaming spot, right? Or, their Facebook spot or whatever. So a lot of people did experience difficulties like that. It's very common from anecdotes, right? Remote from home is the only option for me. I mean, hey, I love remote. I really, really hope my next job is remote. I actually just bought an apartment with 2 bedrooms with the express purpose that I can dedicate a desk somewhere for work exclusive and another desk elsewhere for home/game stuff. Yeah, absolutely. That would be like the best case scenario, but you know, everybody's situation is different, their resources and means. For me, it helps that I stream from a laptop. I have a desktop in here. That's for games. But when I'm here, and I also take my laptop when I go like to the laundromat. I do laundry and work on something. So that kind of, I've noticed, helps to kind of stay focused a little bit, where this environment is slightly different than my desktop, and it's for work. It's also like a 5-minute walk from the office. Oh, yes. That's a nice added bonus. I had like a 90-minute commute before that, and it was a nightmare. One time I moved specifically so that I would be close to the office because my lease was up and the new place was more expensive, but I was like, man, I could just walk to work. And then I never did because I was always, you know, running late because I get distracted. But it was still really nice to have a few minute commute versus, yeah, a half an hour or whatever it was before. Commuting grinds my gears, especially when it's rush hour and it takes you an hour to go 15 miles. Absolutely insane. Let's see. I was on the hunt here, and I was thinking that perhaps when we set the selected tile, let's do this. If it is kind of like a race condition type deal, what we can do to maybe help fix that is to come down here and we'll say, no, we don't want to do that. We want this because if it's empty, then it won't be nil. This is select connection, and instead of appending to selected connections, we'll do new connections. New connections. And at the end of all this, we need to make sure that goes there. At the end of this, we do selected connections equals new connections. And then the button that gets built, that's fine. If we're going to do this, we should do it for both, just to be sure. That. Same deal. New connections. And new connections. And at the end, eb.selected connections equals new connections. Let's see if that makes things better, worse, or indifferent. Well, indifferent seems to be the answer. Still, occasionally, everything is broken. That is disappointing. The weird part is that they're still there in placeholder form. They're just not selected. Or not, the text isn't populated. Let's go to update again. It was connection table frame. The other thing we can try is connection edit widget. Or not that. Oh, right. Do new frame dot async lock and then frame dot async unlock. That might have some bearing on this. Nope. Okay. It helps that my office has free breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'd rather walk over there in the morning to get food than cook at home. Yeah, that definitely helps too. I could see that. All right. This has become... Have you considered this might be a bug in the framework itself? How about printing a console for each label you generate to see if they are happening and how many times? That is an interesting idea. This started cropping up after I made these changes, so I'm thinking it's probably my fault, but that is a good thought. Just double check here. Yeah. The new connection. Good old printf helps sometimes, especially with multi-threaded code, because you see the order of events. Yeah, absolutely. Well, mostly. If you trust that print is immediate. In my experience, it's close to. If you're in the, it's less good for things that are really, really, really tight. You know, milliseconds apart. That can be hard, but usually it's okay. Connection edit widget. Right, we gave it the state, so we keep that. Most logging frameworks are usually quite good at keeping the order events. Yeah. I guess we could do it here. This is never sat right with me, though. It seems silly, but they get the right visibilities too, so that probably is okay. It would come into here and build this, set text. Because we do that on new button. Delete button on click. Thinking that the updater as a closure might be called multiple times simultaneously. This should only fire when it's on clicked. Theoretically, right? Cow, it is really going out there. If I disappear, it's probably because Dishy got blown over. Hopefully it doesn't get that bad. What I think is that I'm really not happy with this solution anyway, because of all the extra work it's doing. I meant the updater, which generates a list of connections. You're giving a closure to the UI framework. What if it happens to call it multiple times sometimes? Good question. And you might be right, but I guarded that with async just a second ago to test, and that didn't change the behavior. Although I suppose let's do this. If we not you, Spiderwire, love the good old function mute and function once. That's Rust, right? So in here, if we were to Rust closers have hard limitations on how many they may be on how they may be called, so you usually can't land in these types of races. Yeah. Normally this is not a problem for me, but UI stuff, like, you know, state is evil. State is complexity. State is where bugs live. Unfortunately, games and UI are both entirely reliant upon state to be what they are. Of course, comes with the added complexity of having to think about the type and the invariance of the closure, and at least for now, the compiler can be a bit gnarly at times. Yeah. For me, there's two big things that I don't like about Rust. And only two big things that I'm aware of so far. First one is that no real jobs want you to write Rust. It's all cryptocurrency, right? And I don't want to work for that. The other is that the whole Rust committee weird, you know, you can't use the logo and all that stuff that came up out of nowhere. That's all super bizarre and like just gives me a bad taste in my mouth. That's why I've recently come to prefer declarative style UI frameworks over imperative. Gotcha. I don't normally work in the UI world, so I haven't really experienced that many of them. I've done a little bit of React stuff, and I've done Cogent for this project, and that's about it, other than, you know, like just plain JavaScript stuff long time ago. So here, if we were to say, this probably needs printf. let's actually put you down here after we do this. I don't either, but I hacked on WPF a bit some years ago as part of C#, and I've looked at React at least enough so I can help my friend learn it, so I can know how to debug stuff. Yeah, cool. You're using C++? No, I'm using Golang. Good old Go. This would be updating. See, we can get the name out of this, I think. Index that name. Oh, we don't have a name. Right, we have... just not call it name. Printf. Don't need that. Silly, I'm already in one. To S. That should figure it out. We can do pretty, not that, but new connection dot update data dot origin dot tile dot location, and this would be dot. No, where did I hang that off of? Pretty, yes. Put this down here, even though it's just temporary. Connection dot update data dot destination dot tile dot location dot pretty. And then this will give us some idea. And I forgot to put a new line. It's utterly unreadable. Can't type today either. Okay, there we go. Okay, good. We actually caught one that's broken. 21-1-0, 21-1-1, 21-1-2, 21-2-0, and then mysteriously empty buttons. What? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And yet you generated all of them and only ones each. Right. Generating them worked. It's just that they didn't get populated in. But that still could be, which makes sense, right? Because I async locked this. Does UI render it too quickly before you finished updating this state entirely? That's an interesting question, because right here we do an update. Oh, I said do. What if I copy that or comment that out? Which we probably don't want to, but you know. Because that should only toggle on things actually toggling. But you might be onto something right there. You might be a genius. That seems to be... Haven't managed to catch it doing one yet. But that breaks that. Which makes sense, right? I mean, it's... I wonder if we can get away with just updating the expander. I think I saw one vanish, but I can't be sure. I don't see the screen behind the camera. I didn't see one, but it's entirely possible. I scrolled down one just to make sure, but... Updating the expander seems to do nothing. Forget why I was trying that. If we bring back the form container update... Believe I had a better vantage point though? Possibly. Quite possibly. My fat head... Ooh, that one was missing. The whole thing. I think. This one is missing lots of things. Oh wait, no. They're here. They're just very much invisible. Completely invisible now. In that case. You might have caught one of those. Because the state, so, well, it might not be a good idea, but the state gets persisted. State of each of the containers. So this says when we create them, they default to not being visible. Setting the state allows us to track, not render, but they're present, the heat thickens, right? And it's interesting that taking out this, which I thought was doing nothing just a second ago, seems to have broken the buttons further, right? But maybe we can do this part smarter, because our problem disappears when we don't do this update each time, which makes sense. But if we set that, that's so set visibility when we call set visibility. Oh. No, okay, that's correct. We toggle toggle visibility sets the expanded state to whatever it's not. It toggles it off or on. And then we set the visibility, which synchronizes the actual UI element, its state of visible or invisible, to the backing data structure state. And that's why this has an update. But when I reconstruct this, and that's probably the answer is to, yeah, we do have state here. So unchanged state updated is true. State is state. So here when we create this, that's where we should set the expanded or not. And then we don't need to call toggle visibility or set visibility. But where did I put that? See, those are spinners and choosers. Toggle visibility on the on click, that's correct. its form container right here. This needs to be set to the opposite of expanded, right? Because if expanded is true, it should be visible. And the only state we have is state invisible. There. That. And then next table frame, we don't need to set visibility because we've used the state to reconstruct the same state with updated data. Which might not be the best approach, but it's the one I'm using for now. Yes, good. That one was missing, I think. No. 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why are you... Were you different, or was I just losing my mind? There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're missing 2 there. Yeah, I thought I saw 1 too. Oh, there was one that was missing. Okay. I'm not pleased with the fragility of this solution. So. The other thing I was thinking about doing is going through, both of my lists on an update and then only changing them if they had changed, but I don't know that that's going to make things any different or better. It's a head scratcher right there. Let's get rid of that for now. Ouch, on the surface it looks like a strong UI library, at least by a brief glimpse through the docs. It might be that it's too easy to hold it incorrectly. In some cases, yes, I think so. It's still early days for it. It's not like I would not use this at work in a production service. That's for sure. They claim it's, or they used to claim, I don't know if they still do, they used to claim it's production ready. It's very much not. But it's doing cool things, and so I wanted to play with it. I have considered trying to play with Fine, which is another option, Fyne, but I just haven't gotten around to it. And doing the doing a replacement of everything would be a pretty big undertaking, so I mean, for most cases, I probably wouldn't try using Gopher UI. I'd React or Flutter or Dart or something. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. But I wanted to play with a crazy Go UI framework. Yeah, exactly. Very cool to use new things in novel ways. It's how we learn stuff. 100%. And tripping over the sharp edges is kind of just part of using something that's kind of new and experimental. Because there's no, like, you can go and Google, hey, you know, React, when why thing no work, and you'll get 1,000 answers from all eras of React, but not so for a niche thing. That's why I'm playing around with Vue right now. It's React, but in Rust, and seems intriguing, even though it's also very early days. Yeah, there was like Vue and Druid and a couple other things that were trying to be UI libraries that were cross-platform in Rust, right? I think there's actually are we GUI yet? Oh, that's not. Yeah, there's a few right now. It'll be interesting to see what ultimately says out of it. Yeah. The roots are planted, but the seeds, or the roots aren't deep, but the seeds are planted. I feel like this was the same thing it used to say in 2020. Azul, Cacao, Core Foundation. That's for Mac. This is AppKit. Crux, Cushy. None of these sound familiar, so like I think they're probably new since the last time I looked at this. Current experiment is trying to mesh together ECS and Vue to see if I can easily get ECS to manage my state and Vue to render it. Interesting. Sounds like a fun puzzle. eGUI is fairly stable. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot more. Rust for Windows. I feel like there's a lot more in this list than the last time I looked. But I also don't see... Like Druid, I think, comes to mind. I thought there was something called Druid. And then like Vue and some other tree-related things were like branches of it. Yeah. This also, I don't like this. Like, the Rust being cross-platform natively, but this UI library is only for Mac? Like, but what about the rest of us that don't want a fruit book? You know, you're using a cross-platform language, and then I would have to find libraries for each platform I want to support and rewrite my UI? Like, that seems like a silly thing to me. Yeah, same here. This is Mac OS and iOS, but what about the rest of the world? You know? Are we game yet? We have the blocks, bring your own glue. I feel like that hasn't changed either. There was things like Bevy and... Oh, this has got categories now. There's ECS stuff. Bevy ECS. Rude. A lot of this doesn't sound familiar. There was like 3. There was Bevy, there was... like 2 others that were kind of like major contenders last time I looked at this, which was, again, probably in like 2020, 2021. So it looks like there's stuff happening. Oh, here's eGUI. This is immediate mode UI libraries. FunGUI. ImGUI. That was on the other one. Nuclear Rust. Nice. Soft buffer. Archived Conrad Core. Did some work with GGEZ and Rust Game Dev, looking into Bevy now for after my Vue experiment is over. There's There's a guy. Amethyst was looking good, but was discontinued by authors, so it kind of fell off. There's something named like Gears, but very wimpy documented last time I saw it. Gotcha. This guy. GameFromScratch.com. He's also got a YouTube channel, and he covers game engine stuff and game asset stuff, and he does his videos. He does these write-ups too, but his videos are like 15 minutes long, I think. And he's covered Bevy a couple times, and like other stuff like Flax Engine. Never heard of it, right? Rebel Fork, no idea what that is. Apparently C++, C++, C# game engine. Rust game engines of 2025. This guy's really good to follow his channel if you just want to just kind of like keep your finger on the pulse of game engines and stuff. I find his stuff interesting. He'll do a quick demo of stuff, like load up the example project and say, hey, this is what, this is. Super cool to just kind of have awareness of, if that's your jam, Did a lot of reading and poking at Bevy. It seems to have a really nice ECS system, which is already integrated with UI, which might be exactly what I need. That would be cool. Fyrox, that sounds familiar. Godot Rust. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. Rust bindings for Godot. But yeah, he's got lots of cool stuff. The other thing he does, if anybody out there is interested in game dev, is he will talk about Humble bundles and stuff that come up with courses or assets or, anything game dev related. Piston, not Gears. I was thinking Piston. Gotcha. But yeah, he'll do a video covering like here, 3 huge game dev Humble bundles. So if anybody out there is in that market for, resources that are on sale, basically, good guy to follow. Good resource. I kind of keep my eye out just because it's interesting to hear about, and because one day I will be done with this project, and maybe then I'll work on a game and an engine. I've poked at them a couple times, but this project sort of just grabbed me and sucked me in. So, well, I was in a published game back in the early 2000s, but that was C++. I retained a lot of the low-level theory, but I don't want to reinvent my game engine these days, and I'd like to use Rust, even though it probably isn't quite there yet. It's fun to try. Yeah, same, big same. Go is not really a language to write games in currently. Like, there's no... I don't even know if there are Go game engines that are anything real, that's more than just a hobby project. But I was also, I had this idea for this project that just wouldn't let me go. And I was like, well, I could do, I could play around with Zig or Rust or something else. I could do more C++, which I've done just a little bit of. And it would be a good project to do that. But you kind of want to only do one thing that's brand new to you. And I've never written a game engine before, so like pick a language that you're reasonably comfortable in so that you can actually progress versus go full, new. If you want results, then you take a language from Vermouth. Yeah. That's like the Primogen, he talks about whenever he picks up a new language, he rewrites like WebSockets or something because he's written WebSockets a billion times. So the project is familiar and small, and he just worries about, learning the language and how to work with it. Same kind of idea. So this I don't like anymore because it's obviously fragile. Be that my fault or the framework's fault. I reserve judgment. It's probably mine. That said, sometimes the real results are the fun we had along the way. Right? Yeah. And I could have gone that way with this. I kind of started poking around with Zig a little bit, but then I just wasn't. I wanted to create the thing ultimately, and not just have it be an endless project of poking and prodding and messing around, you know. And I already feel like I've learned a lot about like why do game engines work the way they do, just being confronted with the problems that are similar to what they're trying to solve, right? And I'm like, oh, that's probably why everything in Godot is a signal that you subscribe to. It's like a message bus, right? Because how else do you get these disparate pieces to really communicate easily without having a big ball of spaghetti? Okay. I'm doing a side project at work in Rust. I'm allowed to use up to 20% of my time working on unrelated fun stuff. That's awesome. Which maybe with luck will turn into a little shell command learn game. Oh, that's cool. Figured it's the only thing that's kept me sane from overload of Go. Are you writing a parser for it? No, it's an interesting story. Gotcha. It's cool that you get 20% of your time to just mess around, though. That's awesome. All right, so let's do this in a more smarter way. I bet you this gets called at other random times whenever Cogent decides, and I bet you that's part of my problem. The other day I saw that fuser is a Rust implementation of the Fuse library. Oh, fuser is Rust implementation of the Fuse library, and looks really neat to use. I also saw Ratatouille, which looks like a neat text UI library. I thought, why not combine them and make a game based around a file system like it gives you challenges, find all files which contain string X but not Y, and write the list to file Z. Gotcha. I'm not familiar with the Fuse library. Sounds like it's file system stuff. What if... if we did this? It would give you challenges that you need to accomplish in a virtual fake file system by doing various shell things to files. At first, simple copy, move, stat at her, and then move on to find grep, and with some awk and I notify magic. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Neat thing is you can play it in any shell you're comfortable in, even PowerShell if fancy takes you that way, or you can play it with like Python, represents itself as a virtual folder in your home directory. Oh. Gotcha. So you would just invoke whatever they give you, I guess, and then check the response as just like text input or something. Remove this here. Then we need to know generate a virtual folder with files and pose the user challenges to do something with those directories or files. Right, but how do you check the return value so that they know they got it right? Fuse lets you implement a file system. So this is just a simple in-memory one that changes dynamically based on user actions and challenges as they progress. Which that, like, I get, like, you could set up a file structure inside of that and then say, hey, do these things. How do you validate the return so that you can say, yes, you got it right, or no, you're wrong. Most of the checks would be seeing whether the user has read the correct files. When you need them to transform the data, you ask the user to write the results into some output file. Since the game is implementing Fuse, it will get the right call. Ah, I see. Gotcha. So your game is here, and whatever they want to do is just doing inputs, and then you're reading outputs within that black box. Interesting. Game receives file system IO calls basically. Yeah, cool. That's I see how you mean, like, you can use whatever shell or write a program or whatever. That's, yeah, cool. As long as there's only one way to do that thing or to get that output, and there's no weirdness between, like, platforms. That might make things a little awkward. Okay, yeah, so we need to track where which you already kind of do. We have form parent, form header. Let's do connection table. It's just a frame. I don't mind if there's multiple ways of doing the thing. Challenges are just achieve state X in this file system, posed in such a way that they're easily solvable with standard Unix utilities. Right, yeah. As long as the desired state is checkable, that's seems pretty sane. And then this would be eb dot connection table, delete the children, do this. eb.connection table. For all I care, the user can do it with a graphical file manager, right? That that kind of reminds me of, and this is obviously a little further down a different path, but SAD servers. Troubleshoot make SAD servers happy. So if anybody out there, if this is your jam, if you're really excited about this idea, but a challenge like scan these 50,000 files, pick the ones that contain a specific shape of string, then extract these numbers and sum them up and write the result. This output file needs a programmatic solution. Yes, that would be painful. A little bit of admin code in there, yeah. SAD servers is kind of like that, but I'm pretty sure that they just use containers under the hood. But it's full of show me SAD service, I guess. There we go, yeah. What is writing to this log file? Counting IPs. Command line murders. These you can do. No registration is the free versions. If that kind of puzzle is your jam, this might be interesting to you. sadservers.com. This looks like an expanded version of this idea. Yeah, kind of. They focus more on, like, yours is file system-y stuff exclusively, which is cool and great. They are kind of like training for admin tasks. They do other stuff too, but some of the stuff is like what you're talking about, like that the command line murder or whatever. I think there's one I clicked on. I was like, okay, what are these actually, right? And it was, yeah, you gotta cat through some files, and that one was more of a human puzzle where you got to figure out the evidence type of thing, right? But yeah, if I was into admin stuff more, I would be on that side a lot. I think once upon a time I probably would have played a lot of those. So we have that now. This lives in its own thing. This needs to come out of here entirely. Do we want to... Yeah, I think that's fine. That can exist solely to give us a deal. Well, my job title is SRE, so that's pretty much up my valley, right? It may also explain why I'd like to train my coworkers in the shell a bit more. Yeah. Once upon a time, I wanted to do DevOps and SRE type stuff, but I hate the certification market. Like, it's just so disgustingly corrupt, basically, right? And that was a real turnoff. And by the time I had spent a bunch of time just playing with things in my home lab and gaining the actual skills needed, I was like, you know what? I'm kind of done with this. I don't really want to do it for a job. I didn't have to do any certification, just the interviews to get this job. Yeah. You kind of need one or the other, right? And I was going that route. I was going like the actually get the skills route instead of the get certificates, so that I can be like every other idiot that has MSCS whatever in your email title and you don't know anything. I've worked with a lot of people that had a whole string of certifications in their email signature that were some of the most deeply incompetent people I've ever met. All right, so there's that. And then we call this instead. So what we need to do after this, we also have to call form parent update. I was in full-time dev, but started to feel a bit of burnout. So I went full sysops IT, but that was boring. Yeah, SRE is a very good middle ground where I get to a lot of dev, but still a lot of ops, so I don't get bored with either. Yeah, that's awesome. I have a Scrum developer certificate. Till this day, I don't know what it is or stands for. Well, obviously you develop Scrums in the Agile, right? Not even lying. I believe you. The certification and training and conference market for Scrum is probably got a lot to do with what has killed Agile as any sort of useful idea, right? Those Scrums don't develop themselves. AI is not quite there yet. I don't know. You might be able to get away with an AI Scrum Master. All it needs to do is schedule meetings at random and move tickets around in Jira at random. That seems like a really easy API call or two, right? You don't even actually have to use AI. You can save millions of acres of rainforest, say it's AI, and call it a day. Create a Miro board? I'm not familiar with Miro. Is that like Trello? Or like my beloved GitHub Kanban board that I kind of don't really Kanban in? This reminds me of a meme. I think it was something like a joke article along the lines of Parrot learns to say, "What's the update on your tasks?" is promoted project manager. Right? Ewo on site. Sup? Not much, man. We're just nerding out, messing around with some code and discussing silly industry things. Sup with you? No, it's just a place to put stickers in about how you feel. Oh, gotcha. It's kind of like a mood board, but also like a diary almost. Now I just need to go look. Miro board. Oh no. Oh no, it's so much worse than that. It's got AI in it. Okay. Oh. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like there could be something good in here, but also I feel like as soon as the Scrum Masters get a hold of it, it becomes terrible instantly. And I also think that as soon as you turn on the AI, everything is terrible instantly. Well, there you have it, and let's not talk about their salary. There's no such product, no matter how bad, that with the introduction of AI can't be made worse still, right? Oh, hey, little go for cheerleaders. I love that. Oh, they're stomping on Ferris. Oh, I thought it was a pom-pom. Agile, no good here, especially with AI. Everything's worse with AI. Absolutely. I'm just not convinced that the current AI systems will ever be good at anything besides chatbotting, right? I tried briefly. JetBrains IDs have a built-in local AI autocomplete, and I tried it briefly. I tried it for like an hour, maybe two, when it first released. And it was like the stuff it generated was just so vanilla and bland. I was like, that doesn't sound like me, and it's also just gross. but I also found that I was spending more time like typing a letter and seeing what the outcome was. Is that the thing I wanted? No. Is that the thing I wanted? No. Than just writing the dang code. And then that was right before, like 2 days later, the video came out that talked about Copilot Pause. I was like, oh, I felt that exact thing. Never fits outside of a kata. Yeah, yeah. Or like, you know, a thing that is on GitHub 1,000,001 times. And then, because that's how they work. You know, they regurgitate the most average of it. I tried Copilot for 3 hours. In the first hour, it helped me fill in some unit test boilerplate. Yeah. And the other 2 hours I spent chasing down a very sneaky, subtle bug it had introduced in the code. Yeah. I don't think you had found me yet, Ash, but last week, I think, in a refactor, I removed one little incrementer, and I spent like, pardon me, an hour and a half looking for why it was running out of bounds after my refactor, because I shouldn't have changed that, right? And I was like, that is the exact sort of tiny little subtle error that an AI is really, really good at generating. I don't want this to be my life forever. I'll just write it. I'm good enough at writing my own organic bugs. Yeah, rip. All right, so we put that in there. AI is smoking some pot sometimes, which is why it hallucinates. Sure, we can call it that. It's probably more to do with the fact that you told it you were going to send its grandmother to jail if it didn't write code well, right? Everybody has said that, and now it's terrified. It doesn't even know what a grandmother is. My company is trying to go hard into AI, and the result is that AI generates the code, and we write the unit test for it, which sounds exactly the opposite of what I'd like to do. Yes, I've heard people evangelize AI writing your tests as well, but I think testing is too important to let AI hallucinate tests for, right? Like, I don't like writing tests either. It's a chore, but I see so much value in it that I don't want to turn that over to the slot machine, you know. So if we were going to do that, then when we do these, someone posted a tweet some time ago that really resonated with me. Finally, I can use AI to write my poetry and do my art, so I have time for laundry and dishes, right? And yeah, I was initially curious about AI and like what actual uses can we come up with for these things, right? But the hype has just killed any desire I had to play with these things at all. Early on for work, I did a pilot test using zero-shot classification to extract keywords from natural text of product descriptions, right? And it worked okay. We would have had to invest, time and money and effort into it to really get it to work well, to train it better. And they didn't want to do that, which is fine. I was kind of done with it after doing it. So I think Elasticsearch was better. I found one use for it where it really helps me. Shockingly, it plays exactly to current LLM strengths. Writing your totally irrelevant script for stand-up about what you did and what your blockers are, that you can just read that or paste it into Slack. So when we do these, this is where we want to update connection table, and then for update the frame, I do a bit of amateur story writing in free time, and I can shove my manuscript into an AI tool and ask it questions like whether character arcs are okay or grammar is fine, or help me locate scenes I vaguely remember but don't know where in text they are, or brainstorm potential ways to continue, etc. Yeah, I guess. It's like a dumb editor with an eidetic memory. If you know how to apply its strengths, it can be useful. The thing... And like, I haven't tried it, so I don't know. The thing I would wonder is, like, how often does it hallucinate? You're like, where is this story point? And it's like, oh, it's in page 7, paragraph 3. And you're like, well, no, it's not. And I would also wonder if, like, if you're brainstorming ways to continue, it's going to feed you the most predictable ways, right? Which is fine. Like, if you're trying to chase that trope for that, sure. Version I'm playing around with is very good, extremely accurate, and quite helpful. Huh, interesting. I'm surprised. That's in selected tile. We do that. We also need to do this in selected connection. Which we can certainly do. We can do that down here. Oop, nope. That is not what I had copied, I thought. Still waiting ever since that time Sam promised CGI, right? Oh, that guy. That's another thing that killed my any interest in AI for me. Sammy Altman and his opinions on work from home really soured me to his viewpoints in general, even before he really fired up the hype machine. Of course, but it's good at answering questions about plot inconsistencies and to find if characters break, well, character at 80,000 words. It becomes a useful tool as long as you don't try to get it to actually right, because it's crap that. Yeah, I could definitely see that for sure. There's that in selected connection. And then we also want to do this when we delete. We update the connection table. Now we need to put connection table in there. And that actually happens. This is transit container. We can do that actually when we create it. That'll make that nice and easy. Connection table frame. We do this. We do eb dot connection table equals new frame. Using it to polish away the worst rough edges from the first draft before I send it to human readers for some real opinions. Nice. That's good. Are you going to self-publish it, or are you going to seek publishing, or are you just going to put it on the internet and see what happens? Like when it's done. No, I swear that one had missing stuff still. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Unless I just misclicked and that was on a connection. And that's one use for what they call AI, but it's fancy text prediction. I've put some amateurish stuff on the internet and got reasonably encouraging results. So I'm thinking I'll self-publish with one of those services that prints physical books on demand. Awesome. Rock on. Oh, you're missing your icon. Don't you get paranoid sending out your self-written art? That is a good question. Yeah, this is still missing stuff. Okay. No, because it's incomplete and the most important parts of it are missing. That's actually an interesting clarification there for Jazz. Do you mean sending out self-produced art to the LLM, or just like in general about showing it to the world? All right, this to the LLM. Gotcha. Yeah. Initially, I thought you meant to the world, because I could definitely sympathize with that for sure, too. I'm okay with this LLM because it's being run by the company where I work, and I know the privacy and security controls we have in place. Gotcha. It's going to start suggesting your character names as variable names to, or product names to people. All right, so this needs to be rethought because it's not working correctly. That'd be fun, right? Okay. I'd poke so much fun at the AI team if that happened. Right? Good times. So it's in the UI, so it's not coming in an issue coming back from, well, I guess we don't know that. We should prove that. And put this back in. Inform parent, yeah. Let's actually do print F. Index that. Connection was that to that. This is index. This is dot update data dot origin, not destination, dot tile dot location dot pretty, and then this is connection update data dot destination dot tile dot location dot pretty, and then we'll remember to put in the line break at this time. Anyhow, thanks for all the fun chat with some background of going. I have to go take my beauty sleep. Judging by what I saw in the mirror earlier, I think it needs 27 hours per day. I feel ya. Have a great night. We'll catch you some other time. Thank you for hanging out. It's good chat. I enjoyed it. And for the good ideas, too. I'm actually running late, but I don't care. I can do what I want. I'll stream a little longer today. Why not? I've been thinking about branching out a little bit because, like, at a point, I start to hit a wall with code, right? 4 to 6 hours of solid programming, and I kind of get a little brain dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in there. 8 in there. I've been thinking about doing other stuff and trying to stream a little bit more, but I don't know yet. There's 7 right there. But I should also do, because I don't know where in this list that got lost at, is I should come down here. I should put 2 line breaks in for readability. But also I don't know what I would stream. This is not a gaming laptop. Yeah, it is. Well, for me, it's not super late. It's just been a long stream, but that's fine. I'm starting to get better at being, on for longer. see, that looks correct. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7, and it's missing that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. So we did update 8. It's just the UI didn't get it. So we're racing in the UI somewhere, I think. And we also didn't get our dealio there. But yeah, I've been thinking about I paint miniatures. I might try that, see if there's any interest there. But I could also kind of keep in the same wheelhouse, and I could play some Zachtronics games, which I enjoy them, but I don't play them very long normally because there's so much effort that I think I could just be making something with this. But if we were hanging out, chatting, then maybe it'd be a little easier to justify that. And if I was already kind of fried on writing my own thing, you know, maybe that would be fun. But I don't know yet. I'm going to figure out what I want to do. Miniature painting, how nice is that? Like, how nice are my paint jobs? Or how nice is painting? I enjoy painting. It's very relaxing. I normally put on like a podcast and listen to like actual play, like Critical Role or something. I don't know if I'd be able to follow that and then chat, but also I could just do music while I do. So it's not getting into the UI is our problem, even with this. What if we did a full frame update when we rebuilt this? Speaking of paintings, you'd be surprised how much art your local museum just chucks into the bin. Really? I thought that they were all about conserving that. You could dumpster dive and accidentally get rich. I mean, that, oh, we call update there. Maybe this doesn't need to do that. Maybe that's part of my problem. I'm all for getting rich, you know, by accident. I could do that. Maybe I should visit more towns with museums. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one missed. 6, 7, 8. It got all 8, but it didn't get the... It didn't get the button. Can't quite read that. 200 IQ. Ah, right. Ah, here we go. Here's one. You also got to go. All right. Yeah. Well, Monday too. Tomorrow. I'll be here. Have a good sleep. Enjoy. Hopefully your Monday is all right. If you actually do go dumpster diving in a museum and find art, it's a 200 IQ 5D chess move. So that got 8, but it only put 4 in there, and it's also missing the button at the end. All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Okay. So. I think... I need to think about this one some more. Obviously, driving this off of the data structure underneath and updating it is not doing what I want. Oh, but form parent, hang on. Form parent, if I click here, inspect, frame 3, frame 1. Yeah, okay, form parent does encapsulate that. Or does it? It does indeed. We add you to connection section, button, form parent. Yeah, we add you to form parent. So that should handle that, but it sure doesn't. I wonder if we should try, okay, cool. You're just dead. Wonder if I should try using, because this kind of grew out of the old system. Maybe I shouldn't be using a frame, but I should be using a list. No, this is why I'm not using a list, because it does this crap and I don't want it to. Okay. I need to think about how to make this reliably show up. But it has also been 4.5 hours almost. So I'm going to call the stream here and I'm going to go do something else. Most notably, turn on the a fan because it's hot in here with all my windows shut because it's dusty. My schedule is on my page. You can find it there, linked on Twitch with your localized time. Tomorrow, same time, I'll be here doing more of this, and I'd love to see you again. And if not, hey, you have a great week. Maybe we'll see you some other time. Thanks again for hanging out.